2, 1.
Good morning, everyone. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the September 14, 2023 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held remotely pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022 and is being recorded. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. For the record, I am serving as designated as chair today, and I will have no further comment pertaining to that. We have a full agenda today that I will generally summarize. We will start with opening comments from commissioners and approval of 3 sets of minutes. Then we will have staff present the executive director's report, which includes the fiscal year 2023 budget closeout before proceeding to staff license recommendations. There are 7 changes of ownership application recommendations, 10 provisional license recommendations.
I'm sorry. It's okay. Just mute. You have to mute your system. Yeah, it's okay. Yes, someone's phone. Someone left their phone up here.
Okay. 14 final license recommendations and 113 license renewal recommendations. There is 1 responsible vendor training recommendation, and there is 1 responsible vendor training renewal. There is 1 item in the commission discussion and votes section today, and a periodic review of executive session minutes. I will ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting raise their hand to be recognized. With these initial comments, I'll turn things over to commissioners for any comments or updates. Commissioners, we will go in alphabetical order, and I will give comments last. Commissioner Camargo, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, I thought about you on the ride into Boston, and I said, let me try to do a Commissioner Concepcion's ritual of thinking of what to say this morning while driving to Boston. But I'll be quick. Right, driving from Boston to Worcester, but obviously I just want to say thank you. It's always a lot of work to get to these meetings, so I just want to say thank you to our team, our commissioners, and everyone who makes it happen. I was also reflecting, tomorrow is the start of Latino or Hispanic Heritage Month, so I think you guys have heard me in the past. I'm a very proud Latina, Colombian, Dominican, Puerto Rican, Venezolana, so I'm very proud to be Latina, and I just want to say, happy Latino Hispanic Heritage Month, and to all our staff who do celebrate it and our allies, I just want to say, enjoy the month. There's a lot of events around the city of Boston. There's and throughout Massachusetts, and I think we were at an event yesterday that our equity team put on at RCC, and I had some great conversations with folks. And I'm always a reminder for myself that I'm a public servant first. But also I take pride in my culture and who I am, and being a Latina, and also just being one of the first Latina commissioners for Massachusetts is dear to me, and I take it serious, and I take this work serious. So I just want to say that. And I also attended a conference this week at Gillette Stadium, and it dealt with training the street workers in New England. And I just want to talk a little bit about it, because my past work was in the criminal justice system. I did a lot of reentry work with returning citizens and proven risk youth in Massachusetts, probably, the 15, 20 years since I've been out of college, or a little bit longer. But it was a reminder of how many folks, nonprofit organizations, and agencies are out in Massachusetts doing the work to eradicate, youth violence and violence on our street. And I was able to meet street workers from around New England, including Connecticut and Rhode Island, and they were all getting trained. And a lot of them spoke about their own stories of being incarcerated and coming back to their communities and working and just mentoring and coaching the next generation. And I think about the correlation with the work that we're doing here at the Cannabis Control Commission and our equity work, but also, and I always say this, the reminder of the impact of the war on drugs on the cannabis industry, and that our jobs is to regulate and create policy for this, plant that we all love. So I just wanted to share that, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. Good morning. I will be pretty brief this morning. I actually did not have a ton of thoughts on my way in, but I think I wanted to start off just by extending my gratitude to everyone who participated in our public hearing process and public comment process. That is priority number one here. We've been talking about this for really before the passage of Chapter 180. So it was really vital to get that input, and I just wanted to extend my appreciation to everyone who's participated, who came and testified, both virtually and in person. I think I can speak for us all that we're really looking through every comment, and we're mindful that we are public servants. So, I often talk about the fact that I don't do this job as an individual. I do it as someone who is working for the industry, for the public, and it's vital that we continue to have that mindset. So I just wanted to, again, say thank you. I also want to commend our equity program and community outreach team for a phenomenal job yesterday at the Reggie Lewis Center for the intersection of cannabis and equity event that was part of the Fierce Urgency of Now festival put on by the Greater Boston Chamber of Commerce. It was really good. There were a lot of people in that room, a lot of people taking notes, a lot of information being given, but it was given in a really concise way with the graphics and everything that was really easy to follow. So I just wanted to extend my gratitude and applause for the entire team, because you guys did great. Lastly, my last comment, Commissioner Camargo is very modest. I wanted to say congratulations. I'm being recognized as being one of the 100 Amplify Latinx 100 leaders.
Thank you.
So congratulations. And with that, I conclude my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, thank you, Chair. Just to start with a couple of shout outs. First, as always, thanks to our licensing team for helping us, each of us, get through the packet of license applications every month. Also want to extend a thanks to the social equity team, Salia, Dara, Salkia, Akila, Stephen, the comms teams that was there last night at Roxbury Community College. Great conversation, great people in the room. Interestingly, it was exciting to see the folks that are still interested. All this talk about market saturation, there's no more opportunity. That was not on the minds of the folks in the room last night. They're talking about new license types. How do I get into the industry? Where are the job opportunities? Where are the license opportunities? So great event. I know that will be one of many outreach events, but it was great to have people come out on a really wacky weather night to participate. So again, kudos to Slee and the team for pulling that off. Secondly, I think it's important that we go back and realize last week all of us had our heads down in regs. Commissioner Concepcion, you mentioned all the folks that showed up for the public hearing. Great to see that level of interest, great to see that level of commentary on the regs as we finish up that work. But I think we'd be remiss if we didn't acknowledge news that came out last week. This industry hitting $5 billion in sales since the first dispensary opened back in 2018. The fact that we had 3 of our highest sales months in June, July, and August shows that this industry is continuing to do well, and that the success of our licensees that has also generated hundreds of millions of dollars in tax revenue to the Commonwealth. So I'm mindful of the work that this group does every day. I'm mindful of the work that our entire team does every day, that we help allow and help thousands of people go to work every day in this industry. I think it's important. And again, we were so busy doing regs last week that I didn't want us to miss what I thought was a really important milestone. Our work goes on. I know we're going to continue to commit to, looking at other regs once we can get this Chapter 180 work done. And finally, I appreciate the opportunity to see some new faces on our team, and hopefully we can make it a habit of introducing some of those new team members at public meetings so they can have their face on camera whether they want it or not. But great opportunity and great to see our new CPO. So
thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. First, I want to start by congratulating Commissioner Camargo and Commissioner Concepcion for getting 40 under 40 in the Boston BBJ. So quite an accomplishment for both of you. It is so nice to see that this board is being recognized in different ways for all the hard work. So congratulations to both of you. I want to echo Commissioner Concepcion that I want to extend a thanks to everyone that provided in-person testimony, virtual testimony, and written testimony. That's a vitally important part of this process. And so thank you for all of that. And I want to thank our team here at the commission, because I had the chance to participate in the dry run. And I know the hard work that went into preparing. There was multiple platforms going on at once and behind the scenes, and you don't always get to see how the sausage is made, but I did. And I want to thank them for all their hard work. Great job all around. Also, I was able to had the opportunity to attend the NERC conference, not to be conflated with NERD, but it was great. I got to attend for a portion of it. It was right here in Worcester, and that was a great conference to have stakeholders come together and a panel of esteemed speakers. So I enjoyed attending that. And yesterday, I also had the opportunity to host a roundtable right here in headquarters with a number of small operators, some of them DBE, SE, and for them to share their concerns with me one-on-one and to opine on the draft regulations. So I enjoyed doing these roundtables. I think they're very important for us to hear directly from stakeholders and licensees. So having said that, we have business at hand, and thank you all. So we will keep moving forward with our agenda. So we have minutes for approval. So the next item on the agenda is the approval of 3 sets of minutes from June 8th, 2023, June 26th, 2023, and July 13th, 2023, public meetings. Commissioner Camargo, do I have a motion to approve the June 8th, 2023 meeting minutes?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, do I have a second?
Second.
I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo. Aye. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy. Aye. 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
4.
4 in favor. Yeah, see, that's the habit. 5. 4 in favor. Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Okay, Commissioner Concepcion, do I have a motion to approve the June 26, 2023 meeting minutes?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, do I have a second?
Second.
I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy. Aye. The motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Stebbins, do I have a motion to approve the July 13th, 2023 meeting minutes?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, do I have a second?
Second.
I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. All in favor, 0 opposed. Next, we will move on to the Executive Director's report. And I will now turn it over to our staff to present a report on behalf of the Executive Director, and I'm not sure who goes first.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you very much.
Yes. As you alluded to, the staff will be managing the Executive Director's report as he is out of the office. During this time, his authority for administrative oversight has been delegated to myself, Chief Operating Officer Alyssa Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, Yao Gibi, Chief People Officer, Debbie Hilton Creek, and Acting General Counsel, Andrew Carter. During this time, we will also delegate some of our staff to join us during these executive director reports so that we can share all information with the commissioners. So as many of you mentioned, we did have the intersection of cannabis and equity as a part of the Fair Urgency of Now event yesterday. It was the return to in-person external events for the equity programming community outreach team. It happened in the Roxbury neighborhood of City of Boston, but this is an engagement that will be replicated and managed throughout the state of Massachusetts as we return to bring engagement and awareness around our equity programming and other commissioner resources back to the state. Also, on Tuesday, I had the pleasure of chairing the Cannabis Advisory Board in the seat of the Executive Director. Next slide, please. And I do have some updates from that very productive meeting. Oh, I'm sorry. This is actually a shot of, if we could go back one. This is a shot of our intersection of cannabis and equity event. I don't know how many participants came out, but we had close to 200 registrations, and it was certainly a packed room. So as mentioned, our constituents were able to get some high value information regarding our equity programming, and it came with a lot of hard work from Director Celia Williams and her team. All right, next slide. So at the Cannabis Advisory Board, I think it's fair to say that it was a very intense meeting that really, I think there was some strong feedback provided. And I want to make sure that I'm doing the Cannabis Advisory Board service in providing that feedback directly to the commission, as I have committed to. One of the focus of our conversation throughout that discussion was meaningful and deep, regular engagement with the commission. I think it's fair to say that there was some frustration expressed by the board during that meeting, that they are looking for greater access. They are looking for continuous engagement. I did share with them that in much of the conversations I have had with the executive director, he is seeking the same. He's looking for an ability for us to collaborate, have a better understanding of their perspective, because it's really strong and impactful group of licensed professionals, allied industries, other government officials, and advocates who are looking to make sure the Cannabis Control Commission's operations and regulations are as effective and as impactful as they can be. There have been some quorum challenges with some of the subcommittees, and so we talked through that a bit. There has also been a bit of time since we have convened the full board, and so that was the center of our conversation. We initially pulled together to really receive recommendations for your current regulatory process. We had to work through that. I think it was healthy conversation, and where we landed was I have committed to reconvene that board this year and continue the discussion about what that pace of engagement looks like. If I assume all commissioners have watched the meeting, some of the advisory boards spoke directly to commissioners, and so if you haven't had an opportunity, please do review the meeting. It is live on our calendar from Tuesday, and understand their feedback. However, we will be bringing my team, Matt Giancola, Director of Government Affairs and Policy, and his team are working to really consolidate the feedback from the advisory board. And they intend to deliver all feedback on our regulatory process to the commission by the end of this week. At a high level, a lot of the feedback on our regulatory process strongly focused on pieces that are not necessarily captured in this regulatory round. They're looking for action on vertical integration. They're looking for some regulations and provisions around 2 agents in the vehicle. And so I really explained to them that the core of that feedback was outside of scope for this regulatory round. There's information in there, there's feedback about the need for greater access for veterans and telehealth, and making sure that we embed telehealth into our regulations. And so I also explained that we have publicly talked talked about continuing our additional regulatory work. And so how that feedback can be captured and provided to commissioners to help inform what is covered in our upcoming regulatory rounds. And so I think ultimately we had an extremely productive meeting, and I will be reconvening the group, as I mentioned, before the end of the year, where we can continue this discussion about what other regulatory priorities the CAB has and where the commission is going in 2024.
I have a question.
Yes.
Commissioner Camargo?
Thank you. Cedric, first of all, thank you so much. I watched a little bit of it and then I had to jump off. So I think you said that some of the advisory board members had some comment, advice for some of us commissioners. Was that as it relates to Chapter 180? And the only reason I'm asking is because obviously we're all reading and reviewing comments, and this weekend is going to be really busy for us, but are some comments that were made, should we go back and look at it because they relate to Chapter 180, or do we wait? I just want to make sure we don't dismiss their comments because it was on, it's recorded, but I'm going to go back and watch it. So.
Sure. They certainly gave perspective on 180. The perspective on 180 may not be captured in the formal written feedback that comes in from Matt Giancola's team. However, it's important to watch the meeting because we had live discussions about 180. In particular, there was a bit of a discussion about the municipalities, and you got to really understand how some CAB members perceive the impact on local cities and towns, and how other members of CAB see a need for greater intervention and access to municipalities for our equity participants. So I think that discussion is worthwhile ahead of finalizing regulations.
Okay, can I just ask, and I know that this is an extra step, but can someone just send us the link so we don't have to go look for it, please? Thank you.
Cedric, thank you very much for that update. And you had mentioned that they had frustrations around access
to commissioners and the commission staff.
Okay, I was wondering if you could explain that. So they had frustrations with access to meeting with commissioners, or?
Yeah, they're looking for more interaction with commissioners. They're looking for more interaction with commission staff. They're looking to convene more meetings, gain quorum, bring policy initiatives forward to the agency, and be a support system for the agency. They have a lot of perspective from, some of them are operators on the ground. Others work alongside our industry in nonprofit organizations that are helping to create more equity in our industry. Some of them formerly were in the industry and now are working in financial institutions. And so they have a lot of perspective that would be valuable about how we approach our work here at the commission, both operationally, but from a regulatory development perspective.
And just as a follow-up, so the meeting was held September 12th. When was the prior meeting held before that?
The prior meeting before that was April of 2022.
Oh, okay. So like a year and a half almost. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. And are there minutes, did anyone take minutes, and do we have access to those minutes?
No, to my knowledge, no one took minutes, but we do have the entire video recorded, okay. So you can watch the entire meeting. There was a discussion about the desire for those videos to be posted for meeting purposes. Mm-hmm. So Matt Giancola and some of the chairs are continuing that discussion. Mm-hmm.
And I want to thank the CAB for their work, and I want to thank, I sit as the liaison for the research subcommittee, and I know we have met monthly. Mm-hmm. I have standing meetings with the chair every week, and I know we've put forth 2 sets of recommendations that got approved yesterday. So I want to thank the research subcommittee. I want to thank Dr. Marion McNabb for all of her hard work that she's in time and effort and energy she has put into this. So it'd be great if they could meet more often because they do provide a valuable input for us.
Absolutely.
So, yes.
And I should say, you mentioned research. In addition to the research subcommittee, Cannabis Industry Subcommittee and Public Health Subcommittee also provided recommendations that you received by Friday.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If I may, just another extra comment, because obviously this is the time that we can all chat. But Cedric, I see the 2-agent rule on there, social consumption. So I'll also just say, I don't know if CAB members are listening, your subcommittee, but I know that Commissioner Concepcion and I will be meeting with the Public Safety Subcommittee the next week. We're waiting. I have not looked at my calendar in the last 2 days, but we're waiting to have a meeting scheduled to meet with them to talk about the we're calling this the 2-agent rule, but really it's delivery and courier, right? As a whole, not just a 2-agent rule. So I just want to kind of let you guys know that, and folks. And obviously in terms of social consumption, myself and Commissioner Stebbins will be reaching out to CAB members for sure when we start moving along again after Tuesday around social consumption. So definitely, and I would also say, I think like you, Commissioner Roy, our subcommittee has also met, not as frequently, but we've definitely met. And however we can be available to them, let us know. I think people think that we know everything that's going on at times, and we don't. So we're here. We're as accessible as we can be. So
Absolutely. And I must also mention Matt Giancola has built out his team further, so they'll be available to help facilitate some of these relationships and engagements. And he also has brought on some additional tools that he really plans to deploy and help in order to help create more engagement between the commission and the CAB.
And just a final question for me around the CAB. I've had a number of folks approach me, members of the CAB, that are their term is about to expire. Is there a process for them to apply for reappointment, and what is it? Because I'm not sure of the process.
Sure. So Matt is a good resource for them, but ultimately it's they're appointed by the constituent office, the constitutional officers, and so oftentimes it'll be through the boards. The departments that manage boards and appointments, but it's not facilitated through the commission. However, if they do have questions, Matt Giancola is the best resource, and he can really collaborate with any of the appointing authorities and the advisory board to make sure the seats are being filled.
Can that be conveyed in an email to the CAB members? There's so much confusion about their reappointments. Like what you just said was great, and I was wondering if we, like Matt, could send an email out just explaining we're not involved in the process, but we can serve as a resource.
Absolutely.
And, okay, thank you very much.
we get blind copy on that, so we know that.
It has that.
Or something, but just let us know.
Sure. All right, next slide, please. All right, and so we have a new Chief People Officer, Debbie Hilton Creek. She joins us from Max HR Consultant Services, where she was the Chief HR Consultant and directed the design, planning, and implementation of corporate organizational development programs, policies, and procedures. Over the past 2 or 3 weeks, we often joke about Cannabis Times. I was telling Debbie that I feel like it's an old friend at this point. She definitely has been thrown into the mix and immediately jumped to action and has been leading the Human Resources Department in a way that's quite impressive to me. So I want to make sure she has some time to meet with the commissioners and meet with the public. And so I pass it over to Debbie.
Good morning. Thank you, Cedric, and thank you, commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm thrilled to be a part of the team. Looking forward to, making or walking so that I leave my own footprints. And at this time, I'm just really analyzing the department, the needs of the commission in terms of how human resources can contribute to its mission and contribute to the growth and development of its people. So those two things are priorities for me right now. And at some point, I'm hoping to formulate a report that will be substantive and meaningful as I present at these meetings. So thank you so much for the warm welcome. Thank you to the chiefs and the staff for a really warm welcome. And again, I'm really thrilled to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
And commissioners, if I may have one more moment, we do have a budget update from Chief Operating Officer Stack and Chief Financial and Accounting Officer Adriana Leon. However, there is one piece of, I think, a piece of news I wanted to make sure commissioners were aware of because it's happened only last night. So we had to release a statement regarding some unfortunate disinformation that was provided about the commission. Unfortunately, a blogger posted a story that really undermined the commission's reputation in regards to our HR practices. I think it's fair to describe it as a conspiracy theory of sorts around our deputy executive director role. It used some unfortunate racial tropes that were problematic, and We chose to release a statement really debunking it. I don't think the commission has taken a practice of chasing after every person who's trolling, and we certainly wouldn't want to. But when it's being amplified by a platform that could undermine the public's support of the agency, could undermine our need for developing budget or hiring, and really misrepresent what's happening here at the commission. I think it is important that we take a more defensive stand than we have at times, because some really challenging disinformation has been put out there. Some really gross perspective about utilizing these racist tropes. And so I just wanted to make you aware that that is a statement that went out last night. We will be distributing it on social media later today, just so that people can really understand and not fall into the trappings of some of the misinformation and disinformation that's being provided in a really ugly and negative way. So,
Thank you, Cedric.
thank you.
Alyssa? Or Adriana?
Good morning. And as promised, Chief Financial and Accounting Officer is back to give the close of fiscal year 23 briefing to everybody. I'm here just to help a little if anything comes up, but our focus here is on closing out fiscal 23. I was last to brief you on the quarter. Adriana has the full closeout of the year. It is short. We'll be done quickly depending on your questions, and so I'll hand it over.
Thank you. Sorry, Adriana, if you don't mind, our Chief Financial Officer, I couldn't congratulate you in person, but I wanted to say congratulations on your recognition by the Boston Business Journal.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And good morning, everyone. So yes, I am here today to brief the Commission on the FY23 budget, and I'll also provide a quick preview of our fiscal year 24 position. So beginning with this slide, this is our final update for the year. Our total budget was $19.22 million. And the year technically ended on June 30th, but just as a reminder, we continue to pay out vendors until October 31st. So our spending as of September 11th, this year it was $16.54 million, which equates to 86.1% of our total budget. And as a reminder, this also, of course, includes both payroll and non-payroll spending. And in terms of the more line item level details, we spent $13.86 million in our operations line item, which is 87.5% of the total budget. And for the medical use line item, we spent $2.68 million, which equates to 79.1% of the budget. Next slide, please. This is a historical view of our total budget versus our actual spending from the very beginning, fiscal year 18, with a bar also for fiscal year 24's budget. As you can see, for fiscal year 23, our performance is, pretty much in line with fiscal year 22. So it seems to be going in a generally good direction. And that's all I have to say on this slide, actually. So next slide. Sorry, thank you. In terms of our budget, which is appropriated by the legislature and the governor, this table shows you our appropriations from fiscal year 21 through fiscal year 24. As you can see, we've gotten increases each year. We got an especially large increase in fiscal year 23, and we also received a 2.8% increase, over FY23 for fiscal year 24. We are very thankful for the support, but unfortunately, this has created a little bit of a challenge this fiscal year 24, and that is covered in the next slide. So as a recap, we had requested $23.7 million to expand the commission, especially in terms of implementation of Chapter 180. We also had submitted a maintenance estimate, essentially, how do we keep the lights on, of $20.3 million for fiscal year 24. But we were ultimately appropriated 19.7 million. So you can see there is quite a gap, not only from a maintenance perspective, but also, of course, from a more expansionary request perspective. So that gap of 600,000 is something we are figuring out how to manage. And, first and foremost, there will not be any layoffs of any staff. We always want to make sure we're retaining the talent that we have. So the executive director and the leadership team will be determining how to manage these changes for fiscal year 24.
Adriana, I'm sorry to just pause you for 1 second. I'm glad you guys are saying that, because I think that everyone gets nervous when we hear about cuts and not having enough to operate. Even though Commissioner Roy, you said it when you first got here, we're a revenue generating organization. But I'm glad that you're saying that, and I hope that you guys can speak a little bit more to that, if there's anything more, because I know we're also forecasting for FY25, but it's important for our team and our staff to know that they're good, because it takes a lot to run this agency. And I've said this before, people work over 40 hours in this place. So I don't know if there's any elaboration on that, or how have we sent out a message? Do people know that? Does staff know that?
So we have had a staff meeting to let all of the staff know the current situation and to let them know that we are prioritizing current payroll over everything else. We are also, as you mentioned, building fiscal 25. And so for all the department heads and others, we do a bottom-up process. So for all of those who are putting together their fiscal 25 request, Adriana and the executive director and I put out guidance to say, please reassess. Don't just assume, don't kind of pick up where you left off in 24, but reassess, because not only do we have this, we won't have growth in this fiscal year, we also have new requirements coming from the regulatory changes. And so we are going to have to be using this time to reassess and look at what growth will look like in fiscal 25. In terms of how we do that, we've also asked all department heads, all staff members, all commissioners, everybody, to, first of all, when the finance team sends you an invoice, approve or disapprove it immediately, because we're going to have to really manage cash flow. So we're doing some real-time accounting. We're looking at any request that is a change or a new request is going to have to be evaluated by Adriana and her team to see if it can be done in this fiscal year. We've taken some other measures just to curtail unexpected or even some planned costs. But the bottom line is that we are prioritizing first current payroll above everything else.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alyssa and Adriana. And no one wants to see a shortfall in the budget. And I know probably some challenging decisions need to be made. Have any been made already as far as belt tightening? And number two, on the bottom line of this slide, it says executive director and leadership team will be determining how to manage these. Will commissioners be able to opine and be part of this process?
So what we've done so far, we have made some changes. First was we had to curtail or stop any out-of-state travel. In-state travel, still very important and necessary, particularly for our investigators who have to travel in-state as part of their jobs. But there will unfortunately be no conference attendance, no out-of-state training. So we are curtailing that piece. Also, we are examining every hiring position that was planned for this year, because those positions were growth. And as I said, we're prioritizing current payroll above even future payroll. So each position has to be evaluated. And so we have talked with the executive director about some of those changes and want to make sure we consult with the chief people officer and all of the chiefs on positions that will not be able to be hired right now. So in terms of have decisions been made, yes, some of those decisions have been made. I'd be happy to brief commissioners on some of those, but overall, it's more of an ad hoc process of cost by cost. If it was planned and approved and accounted for in fiscal 24, we want to go forward with it. Mm-hmm. If it was new, then the answer is probably no, we can't do that. Mm-hmm. So does that answer?
It does. And just a follow-up question, and I'm going to echo Commissioner Camargo about our staff and how, they work hard, and we want to recognize them. And I guess my concern is merit increases and how this will impact if it does at all impact merit increases for our staff.
You're right to be concerned. As you saw there, we are below maintenance. We're that 600K below maintenance.
Yeah.
So our budget included some funds for performance awards, and for COLA, but I have to be honest with everybody, we're going to have to review that. And that's something that I'll need to talk to the CPO about, and all the chiefs on that. So I don't want to sugarcoat it. This is going to be tough. It's currently budgeted for, and we will have to make some difficult decisions.
And my final question, is there another bite at the apple supplemental budget sub? Is there any other bites at the apple we can try to fill in this gap?
At some point, and that's something that Adriana, Debbie, and I will probably be coming back to Cedric and his team on about when is the time right to do that, and that is dependent on the legislative schedule. It's also dependent upon us demonstrating fiscal responsibility with what we have. As Adriana said, like the legislature has been really good to us. I don't want to make assumptions or abuse that trust, so we're going to be really careful with what we have. And be able to go back and prove why we need more. And I think the regulatory change is very important for that. So yes, there will be other chances, and we'll coordinate on how to do that in the right way. And that is an area where, again, depending on where, on Cedric's advice and his team advice, where we may be coming to commissioners for help and assistance.
I was going to ask you that. I mean, technically that could fall under a legislative outreach, and maybe we need to discuss this in a public forum and come together on a vote or strategy or language around that. So I guess when the time is right, you'll let us know.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. Adriana, any more slides? Or?
I think we covered what I was going to say.
Okay. Any further questions from anyone?
I do have a question. I'll put my mic on. I didn't realize this was on. And it's for, I guess, Adriana, because you're here. Do we do sort of a cost analysis for implementing the changes? Do you have a number that I know it's very specific, but I just wanted to know if there was any sort of breakdown on what implementation would look like from a cost perspective.
What I have is based on what we actually submitted last year to the governor and the legislature, last calendar year, and that we presented also, I think, in November of last year to the commission. So that was really focused on staffing, expanding, the number of investigators, and also bolstering our backbone, the admin side. And then there were also some contracts that were tied to the implementation. So I can certainly get that to you, but we did cover that publicly as well.
Actually, that's helpful. And it was just some of the month that we covered.
I think it was November or December, but I can certainly get that back to you.
Oh, thank you.
And I just actually have one more question. Commissioner Camargo had mentioned when I first started as commissioner, I had stated that we are a revenue generating agency, and we are. So I don't know if the numbers are readily available to how much we have contributed in excise tax and sales tax and local option tax and a non-tax revenue that we generate with fees and fines. I'm just curious what that number is in relation and proportion to what our request is for a budget.
Just one moment.
You got it.
Pull it up.
I thought you might. Thank you.
All right, so our FY23, our collections of application, licensing, and other fees was 21.4 million. Excise tax, according to DOR, in FY23 landed at 161.5 million. And sales tax, just also for information, was 93.5 million. So all told, all marijuana revenue was 276.4 million.
Say that again?
276.4 million
276.4 million.
And that is for the year.
for the fiscal year 23. Yes.
And what about local option tax?
Oh, I don't know.
No, but I guess my point is, it's high, it could be even theoretically higher than 200, which is impressive, the 276 million. So thank you for that. You had that right at your fingertips. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
If I may. Yeah.
Yes.
Adriana, do you mind sending us that or the link or whatever?
Yes.
Just again, so it's right, just in our email box.
Of course.
Are you done with your presentation?
I am.
Okay, so I just want to say a few comments. So I just want to say thank you. I think folks know that there's two other positions on the board, which is one is the secretary, which Commissioner Roy sits in now, and myself as the treasurer's position. And I started in this position. I'm the sitting treasurer for the commission, and I started this almost 3 years ago. So My term is pretty much, not 3 years ago, 2 years ago. So my term, 2.5 years ago, I'm so sorry. My term as the treasurer will be up, I believe, probably in January. So that means that one of us will have to take on the treasurer's role. But I just want to say thank you for your diligence, your attention to detail. Adriana, I've said this before, you're like a secret weapon in terms of your skills and your talent, but you worked at the State House, you know how this stuff works. And it's a very complicated budget, and it's very complicated, even interagency, right? So I want to thank you for your time and your service. I know you're not going anywhere, which is great. I am, because I won't be the treasurer, so I won't get to kind of work closely with you all. Alyssa, thank you so much for jumping in the last few months. On top of your role, you also were doing Adriana's role and a little more. So I just want to say thank you. I've learned so much about the budget process. I know that I've also supported and helped develop sort of the treasurer's role for this agency, right? I think, in full transparency, there's these roles, and then it's sort of like, well, what does it mean? And what are the legalities, and what are the responsibilities? And, we've been working on that. So I just want to say thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for your patience with me, and just your, educating me in terms of this process. I also want to say to our team and our staff, and I've said this every budget year since I've been here, I know that there's invoices that need to be paid out. Pay them. Hustle your contractors, your vendors. I know sometimes that things are, on a pause because we're waiting for vendors to sort of move things, and I know that then it has to move through our internal process. But we hustle, and you all hustle, the commissioners and the executive director to get your budgets. And then, we see this at the end, and we're giving back money, and then now we don't have enough money to run the agency, right? So I just want to really push, our team and our leadership to make sure that your money is being spent responsibly, but also that stuff are getting, things are getting paid. I also just want to say that, there may be a lot of talk about financial and how we spend our money here at the commission. And I think what I love about state government is that everything is transparent, and that anybody can go in our books and look at how much we spend, where we spend it, and how does it all work. So I just want to say thank you, because a lot of that has to do with our team, our leadership, and you all, and our executive director, in terms of how the money is spent at this place. And if you've never worked at this agency or in state government, it's very difficult, very complicated. And in order to stand up this industry, it has been just a massive effort, and it continues to grow. We continue to need people on our team to make sure that we have enough folks on the ground, but also internally make sure that we are being able to continue to grow this industry. So I just want to say thank you. I'm sure we'll see you again before the year's over, but I just wanted to sort of say my piece around that, and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo, and thank you for your service as treasurer. You've actually redefined the role, which is awesome, and thank you for that. And before we conclude, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the marijuana regulation fund, which some folks may or may not have an understanding of. That's where our revenue that we generate doesn't directly go to the commission. It goes to the Marijuana Regulation Fund, and then it's appropriated by the legislature. We're very grateful for that. But it also does good in this community. And as we said, many of us, that cannabis is the top crop in Massachusetts and outpaces cranberries now. And those hundreds of millions of dollars go into, and Attorney Michael Baker, thank you, he spent some time with me, into, I think it's like 9 buckets or 10, and it goes into buckets that help the community, that go for substance use disorder treatments, that go to restorative justice. And so the businesses and the licenses we have, and the revenue that it generates through consumers and patients does a lot of good for the Commonwealth. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to recognize that not only do we look to fund this agency, but this, in turn, the work we do here does a lot of good in our community. So I just want to recognize that fact. And I don't know all the buckets off the top of my head, but they're numerous. So thank you. Mm-hmm. Okay, it's 10:57. So at this time, I am going to pivot us to the next item on our agenda, which is, unless there's anyone else from the leadership team, anyone else? Okay. I'm going to pivot us to executive session. The item on today's agenda is to meet under Purpose 3 of the open meeting law to meet to discuss collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have detrimental effect on the bargaining or for litigation purposes. Before I ask for a motion to enter the closed executive session, do the commissioners have any statements or comments that they wish to make? Commissioner Stebbins?
Just a reminder that motion should include that we'll return to open session at some point after the executive session.
Okay. Thank you for that, Commissioner Stebbins. I was just sent some updated motion language that I need to read, but I have all these notifications popping up. Okay, so is there a motion, Commissioner Camargo? May I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion? Second. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo? Aye. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy? Aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. We will now transition into executive session, but before I do that, I just need to read who will participate. For the record, the individuals participating in the mediation will be the 4 commissioners: Acting General Counsel Andrew Carter, Chief Operating Officer Alyssa Stack, Chief People Officer Deborah Hilton Creek, Associate General Counsel Michael Baker, and outside counsel Jacqueline Kugel from Morgan Brown and Joy. The commission will reconvene in open session at the conclusion of executive session. Should we take our laptops with us?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Is the mic on?
Part of your IT security check.
Unmuted Kate.
Is this on my last name?
Got him. Commissioner Stebbins?
Fine.
Nice throw, nice catch.
I see that baseball career.
Are we good?
Leaning over the fence.
We're unmuted. Right, Commissioner?
I do want to point out, I asked
Countdown
for sugar
from
and I
Kate.
got this rice roll.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I hereby call to order the September 14, 2023 meeting back to open session. Our next order of business is change of ownership, and Suki.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Suki. Suko, sorry, Suko, my bad. Long day. Suko, my apologies.
So the licensee here is Fourscore Holdings LLC. They are seeking a change in ownership. They're seeking a change of ownership and control over 3 adult use licenses and are requesting to add 4 individuals and 2 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be based on the subjects contained before you.
Thank you, Suko. Commissioner Camargo, I seek a motion to approve the change of ownership, subject to the conditions articulated.
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, do I have a second?
Second.
I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. All those in favor? 4-0. Next.
The licensee here is Four Trees Holyoke LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 2 adult use licenses and are requesting to add 3 individuals and 2 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. Commissioner Concepcion, I seek a motion to approve the change of ownership, subject to the conditions articulated. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, do I have a second?
Second?
I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. All in favor, none opposed. Next.
The licensee here is INSA Inc. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license and are requesting to add 1 individual and 2 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request. And if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. Commissioner Stebbins, I seek a motion to approve the change of ownership, subject to the conditions articulated.
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, do I have a second?
Second.
I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. All in favor, 0 opposed. Next, please.
The licensee here is LMCC LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 2 adult use licenses and are requesting to add 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request. And if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Suko, am I doing these 2 together, or are we going to do them separately? Are the both licenses together?
I think that, let me look real quick.
Because I didn't do it up the top for Fourscore, but I just didn't know if I should do them together.
I think these are separate.
Separate votes? Yes, okay.
Yes.
Perfect, thank you very much. Commissioner Camargo, I seek a motion to approve the change of ownership, subject to the conditions articulated.
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, do I have a second?
Second.
I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. 4 in favor, none opposed. I'll take for LMCC, LCC, 0208 COO 031222. Commissioner Concepcion, I seek a motion to approve the change of ownership, subject to the conditions articulated.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, do I have a second?
Second.
I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Director Potvin, should I read the license numbers?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Those are actually docket numbers, case numbers.
Yeah,
They're not-
okay, do I need to read the entity number? I mean, the entity name? Do you advise that I read the entity name before the vote? Or, but Suko already says it.
For number 4 and number 5, because it's identified separately, because they are in fact 2 separate requests, I would identify that number just for clarity. But ultimately, I would defer to our acting general counsel.
Read them separately.
Read them separately? Okay, and I did that in this instance, so we're good? So do I need to, moving forward for 6 and 7, should I say the entity name before the vote? Should I say the entity name before the vote? Yes, okay. Thank you. Thank you for the clarity. Okay, Suko, next up.
Okay, are we, I think we're doing the second LMCC.
Okay,
The licensee here is LMCC LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 2 adult use licenses. Sorry, and are requesting to add 1 individual and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
thank you. For LMCC LLC, Commissioner Concepcion, I seek a motion to approve the change of ownership subject to the conditions articulated.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, do I have a second?
Second.
I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. All in favor, 0 opposed. Next, please.
The licensee here is Neo Manufacturing MA LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license and are requesting to add 1 individual and 5 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Commissioner Stebbins for NEO Manufacturing MA LLC. I seek a motion to approve the change of ownership subject to the conditions articulated.
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, can I have a second?
Second.
I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo? Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. All in favor, 0 opposed. Next, please.
The licensee here is TSC Operations LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 2 adult use licenses and are requesting to add 1 individual and 5 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. For TSC Operations, Commissioner Camargo, I seek a motion to approve the change of ownership subject to the conditions articulated.
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, do I have a second?
Second.
I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. All in favor, 0 opposed. Next, we move on to provisional licenses, and I believe we have a recusal or abstention, a recusal, Commissioner Stebbins?
That's on renewals.
Oh, it's on renewals. Okay, so you have conditions?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Okay, Suko.
The applicant here is Alternative Compassionate Services Incorporated. The proposed location is 693 Elm Street, located in Bridgewater. They received priority review and are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Commissioner Stebbins, can you articulate your condition?
Sure. Proposed condition is prior to final application for licensure, contact CCC Licensing Division with an update to confirm your training and recruitment partners and their eligibility to support your activities in accordance with 935 CMR 500 101 1C 8K.
Any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, Commissioner Concepcion, I seek a motion to approve the provisional license subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Stebbins.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, do I have a second?
Second.
I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. All in favor, 0 opposed. Next, please.
The applicant here is Coastal Roots LLC. This is a co-located establishment with the proposed location of 9 Charlotte Court, Building 9, located in Middleborough. They received expedited review as a social equity participant and are seeking a cultivation tier 1 indoor and product manufacturing license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. For Coastal Roots LLC, MCN 283-846, Commissioner Stebbins, could you articulate your condition?
Sure, and this condition would be for both of their license applications, but it's prior to final application for licensure, consider review and update diversity hiring goals and diversity plan based on statistics of host community and region in accordance with 935 CMR 500 101C8K, and provide any updates to the CCC licensing division. First of all, if I can offer a little bit of explanation. So Coastal Roots, I think, might have been pursuing a license in another host community, and in its diversity plan gave that host community's demographic and population information, but they're now pursuing licensure in another community, and it'd be great if they would offer an update, because I would suspect population size might be different in some of the other demographics. But it was great that they looked locally, but somewhere in their process or their evolution as a licensee, I think they switched host communities. So we're just asking if they will provide that updated info.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, Commissioner Concepcion, I seek a motion to approve the provisional license subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Stebbins.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, do I have a second?
Second.
I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo. Aye. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. All in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you. Next one.
The applicant here is Eudaimonia Health LLC, doing business as Eudaimonia. This is a co-located establishment with a proposed location of 20 Cameron Street, located in Clinton. They received expedited review as a veteran-owned business and are seeking a cultivation tier 2 indoor and product manufacturing license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. For Eudaimonia Health LLC, Commissioner Stebbins, can you articulate your condition?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I have 3 conditions for both of these license applications by Eudaimonia Health. The first is prior to final application for licensure, contact CCC Licensing Division with an update to confirm your training and recruitment partners and eligibility to support your activities in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011C8K. The second condition is prior to final application for licensure, contact CCC Licensing Division, provide an update to identify any goals for utilizing LGBTQ plus business enterprises and disability-owned business enterprises under licensee's diversity plan in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011C8K. And the third condition is prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and verify nonprofit partner status and eligibility to support your activities in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011A11 and provide any updates to CCC Licensing Division. Again, just kind of a quick explanation. The first condition, and we've seen this before, is somebody says that they're going to work with the state's mass hire system to recruit and train employees. There's always been a question about their eligibility because they're paid with federal funds to be able to support an employer's efforts. The second condition this licensee thoughtfully laid out goals under their diversity plans to do business with minority business enterprises, women-owned business enterprises, and veterans, just inquiring as to whether they have any goals for what we often see are the other two business types that become part of a applicant's diversity plan. And the third one is excited to see the work that this applicant wants to do with a local nonprofit partner. Very ambitious work, and just trying to confirm that nonprofit partners' status, registration in the Commonwealth, and things like that. So applaud all their efforts and just want some extra detail and verification.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, Commissioner Stebbins, I seek a motion for Eudaimonia Health LLC to approve the provisional license subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Stebbins.
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, do I have a second?
Second.
I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye, 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Next, or do I need to do the second Eudaimonia Health? Yes, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Camargo, I seek a motion to approve Eudaimonia Health LLC for the provisional license subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Stebbins.
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye, 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Next.
The applicant here is Hill and Green, Massachusetts, doing business as Green Street. The proposed location is 1960 Massachusetts Avenue, located in Cambridge. The applicant received priority review as an economic empowerment applicant and is seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. Commissioner Camargo, I seek a motion for Healing Green, Massachusetts to approve the provisional license subject to the conditions articulated.
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, do I have a second?
Second.
I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye, 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Next.
The applicant here is Joe Gardner Incorporated, doing business as joint operations. The proposed location is 320 West Broadway, Unit 1, located in Gardner. The applicant received general review and is seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, could you articulate your condition?
Sure. My proposed condition is prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and clarify strategy for programming in areas of disproportionate impact designated communities of Taunton and Wareham, and provide any update in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011A11.
Commissioner Roy has a condition for Joe Gardner, Inc., prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500.140.6G. Please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education. Do I have any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, Commissioner Concepcion. I seek a motion for Joe Gardner, Inc., to approve the provisional license subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioners Stebbins and Roy.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, do I have a second?
Second.
I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye, 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Next, please.
The applicant here is OG's Brands MA LLC. The proposed location is 6 Charles View Road, Suite 1, located in Hopedale. The applicant received expedited review as a social equity participant and is seeking a product manufacturing license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. I have the following condition for OG's Brands, Mass LLC. Prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples in accordance with 935 CMR 500-135K and 935 CMR 500-139. Any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, for OG's Brands Mass LLC, Commissioner Concepcion, I seek a motion to approve the provisional license subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, do I have a second?
Second?
I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo. Aye. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Next, please.
The applicant here is Pluto Cannabis Co. The proposed location is 193-195 Oxford Street, located in Lynn. The applicant received expedited review as a minority-owned business and is seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, I seek a motion for Pluto Cannabis Co. To approve the provisional license subject to the conditions articulated.
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, do I have a second? I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo. Aye. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Next, please.
The applicant here is Races on the Hill LLC, doing business as Jack's Cannabis Company. The proposed location is 123 Terrace Street, located in Boston. The applicant received general review and is seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. For Races on the Hill LLC, Commissioner Camargo, I seek a motion to approve the provisional license subject to the conditions articulated.
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, do I have a second?
Second.
I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. 4 in favor, 0 opposed. That's it for change of ownership. Thank you, Suko. Are you hanging with us for finals?
I am.
Awesome. Okay, let's move on to final license, and we take these one at a time, correct?
No, these are normally.
Do a roster?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Suko.
So today we have 13 adult use final licenses and 1 medical final license up for recommendation.
Okay, so
We don't do these individually. Oh,
okay, go ahead. My apologies, Suko.
no, I'm sorry. We normally just do these in a batch, like a roster.
Yep. Okay. I'm good?
Mhm.
Awesome. Okay. Commissioner Concepcion, I seek a motion to approve the final license for the roster articulated by Suko, subject to the conditions articulated.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, do I have a second?
Second.
I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
I want to just say congratulations to all. I know folks have been waiting
Awesome.
today, but congratulations for these final licenses, and aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Moving on to renewals. I believe we have a recusal. Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah, I need to step out for the first one, but I have conditions for a few others, but.
Okay, so we'll vote on the first one and call you back in.
And Commissioner Warren, I'm sorry, I also have a recusal from 99. Number 99.
Okay. Okay, Suko, do we need to say anything up front on this?
No, we have 98 adult use renewals and 15 MTC renewals.
Okay, okay, so for number 1 on the agenda for renewal licenses, Commissioner Camargo, I seek a motion to approve the renewal for roster number 1, subject to the conditions, well, there were no conditions articulated, so for roster number 1, please.
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, do I have a second?
Second.
I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo. Aye. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. Let the record show. 3 in favor, 0 opposed. Commissioner Stebbins can come back in. Commissioner Camargo, if you want to step out, I'll do the roster through 98, 2 through 98.
Oh. She's 99.
Yeah, so I'm going to go through up to 98.
I have, let's just do 99 because I have some conditions on the others.
No, I'm asking because she's out of the room.
Oh, that's true.
We're going
Yeah.
to
So you just
98.
redo 99. Okay, so, well, I can just do 99 now.
Right.
All right, let's do 99.
Yeah.
Good catch. Okay, great. Okay, I seek a motion to approve number 99 on the roster for renewals, and there are no conditions. Commissioner Concepcion.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, do I have a second?
Second.
I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. Let the record show 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and that's number 99 on the roster.
I gotta say, there has to be a better way to recuse.
I know, it's a little awkward, but thank you. I know. Okay. Okay, so now I will entertain the renewals on the roster from number 2 up into 98, excluding 99, 100 through 113. Commissioner Concepcion, I seek a motion for the following.
I have conditions to attach to some of the renewals.
Oh, you do?
I do. So, I mean, we can take them, they're all within that roster you just talked about, but I'm happy to
Okay,
walk through what those conditions are.
okay. Why don't you articulate your
Sure,
conditions in
sure.
the, say the entity name?
Yep. So the first condition is for renewal ARL Healthcare, Inc., MRR 206593. The proposed condition is within 5 business days of any change following the renewal application and in accordance with 935 CMR 500.103 4F and 935 CMR 500.104.5, the licensee shall submit updated and dated attestation of no response from the host community or substantive response from the host community. The second condition is for FFD Enterprises Mass, Inc., and it's all 3 of their renewal licenses.
They have 4.
It's for MRR 206588, MPR 244057, and MCR 140581. Proposed condition is within 5 business days of approval of the renewal application and in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011A11 and 935 CMR 500.1045. Contact CCC Licensing Division with any updates to confirm positive impact plan regarding targeted areas of disproportionate impact. And the last condition is on Liberty Market, MRR 206603, and that proposed condition is within 5 business days of approval of the renewal application in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011C8K and 935 CMR 500.1045. Contact CCC Licensing Division with any updates to confirm your training and recruitment partners and eligibility to support your activities. If you just permit me to give happy to share an explanation for all of these conditions. The first one for ARL Healthcare, they posted a dated request to their host community for costs at time of renewal. The attestation that they attested to that did not give a date and said the community had not responded was uploaded the same day as the request. So we're just looking for them to submit a new dated attestation of no response. FFD Enterprises, this is a case of just confirming whether, I believe it's the city of New Bedford is still their target disproportionate impact community of New Bedford in their positive impact plan. And then Liberty Market, again, is speaking to whether state operated mass hire centers can support their training and recruitment activities of this licensing.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I just want to make a comment on the renewals. Going through the executive summary, we always have a line for municipal costs, and frustratingly enough, it's always 0.00 down the line. And I just want to highlight the town of Lee, which did report $62,730. And just in the Chapter 180, we will need to know what the impact costs are. So I want to thank the town of Lee in advance for sharing this information, and we will be looking for more of this from municipalities moving forward. So having said that, we will approve the final roster of numbers for renewals from number 2 through number 98, excluding 99, which we already did, 100 through 113. I seek a motion from Commissioner Camargo to approve the renewal roster of the numbers just articulated, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Stebbins.
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, do I have a second?
Second.
I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. Let the record show. 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you, Suko. I think we now will move on to responsible vendor training. Is there anyone going to present on that, or I just take a vote?
I'm presenting.
Okay, great. Thank you, Suko. Go ahead.
Okay, the applicant here is DSB Worldwide Incorporated. They are seeking a 2-year certification to provide basic core curriculum training in the Responsible Vendor Training Program. They plan on providing virtual training environments. Additional information is contained within the executive summaries for Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend Commission approval on this renewal, subject to the conditions before you.
Commissioner Concepcion, I seek a motion to approve the RVT just listed, subject to the conditions articulated.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, do I have a second?
Second?
I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. Let the record show. 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Next, Suko.
The applicant here is Medical Marijuana 411, MM 411 Incorporated. They are seeking to be renewed as a certified responsible vendor trainer for an additional 2-year certification to provide basic core curriculum training in the Responsible Vendor Training Program. They currently offer virtual trainings. Since their original certificate date, they have provided instruction for 766 marijuana establishments and medical marijuana treatment center agents. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend Commission approval of this renewal subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. Commissioner Stebbins, I seek a motion to approve medical marijuana 411 responsible vendor trainer, subject to the conditions articulated.
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, do I have a second?
Second.
I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. Let the record show. 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you so much, Suko.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Have a great day.
Good
You
seeing
too.
Suko.
Bye,
You
Suko.
too. Bye.
Okay, moving on to commission discussion and votes. We have a periodic review of executive session minutes presented by Acting General Counsel Andrew Carter. Hi, Andrew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, I am here today as part of Legal's triannual review process of executive session minutes. The Legal Department reviewed 17 sets of minutes not previously disclosed to the public. We recommend that these minutes continue to be withheld because the purpose of the executive session remains in effect. So for the set in October 8th, 2020, the Commission entered executive session under Purpose 7, which allows the Commission to comply with or act under the authority of any general or specific law. In this executive session, the Commission discussed matters subject to a second amended protective order and entered into the matter of the United States versus Korea and others. which was in the United States District Court of Massachusetts. Therefore, our recommendation is to withhold the minutes. Address matters subject to the protective order. We recommend withholding the minutes at this time. For moving on to November 19th, 2020, the Commission entered into executive session for purpose 7, which is also described above, specific to discuss a matter subject to the protective order that involved nature's medicine, agricultural healing, and Northeast alternatives. The recommendation here is to withhold for the reasons stated above. And then the last matter would be June 23, 2020 through present. The Commission entered executive session 15 times under purpose 9, which allows it to meet or to confer with the mediator as defined in GLC Chapter 233, Section 23. The Commission is relying on this purpose to develop a governance charter. And the recommendation here as well would be to withhold because the development of the governance charter is still in process and there is a continuing basis for withholding these minutes. So it would be my suggestion that the Commission contemplate a motion to adopt legal's recommendations, and we will bring these minutes again before you, and I believe it will be 3 or 4 months.
Thank you very much, Attorney Carter. Do you have motion language for us? If not, I can do it on the fly.
Sure, Madam Chair, perhaps a motion to adopt the recommendations set forth in the Legal Department's September 14th, 2023 public meeting triannual review of executive session minutes memo.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, can you move that motion, please? Commissioner Concepcion, can you second it?
Second.
I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo. Aye. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. Let the record show. 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you, Attorney Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, moving on to new business. The chair did not anticipate at the time of posting, so I think we're all set there. And can we post our upcoming meetings? Is there a slide for that? Maybe not. We usually do that, right? There it is. Awesome. Whoever did that. Thank you, Kate. I don't know who did it. Thank you. So just to review our upcoming meeting dates, September 18th, September 19th, and if needed, September 20th, and that is to review the draft regulations and to make any proposed edits if necessary. The next public meeting for licensing will be held on October 12th, then November 9th, and then December 14th. So, Commissioner Concepcion.
Sorry, before we wrap, I have a question about the 20th, because there's a possibility that I will be unavailable. So this is a question for legal in terms of how many votes are needed to continue the regulatory process.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. So the statute says that 3 votes are necessary for a matter to be adopted by the board.
Okay, thank you.
And then also, this body has chosen to accept votes either in person or in hybrid. So that may be something you would want to contemplate as well, if perhaps you would be able to participate remotely to be sure your vote is counted.
Commissioner Borgo?
What did we decide on Monday and Tuesday in terms of physical, virtual, and then times that were, well, I see it there, 10 a.m. I had kind of, I don't know, it's probably too late now, but I had kind of said if we would start a little earlier, but either way, what's the plan? What are we doing?
Well, it's posted, it needs to be posted for 48 hours, Attorney Carter.
Madam Chair, yes, that is correct.
So here we are, Thursday, weekends don't count.
Oh, okay.
So.
Well, maybe for Tuesday it does.
That's right.
I'm only, time is money right now, so, if we could start even a little earlier.
Switch Tuesday to 9 a.m.?
If people are okay with that, 1 hour would help us.
Sure.
If it's virtual.
Yes.
I don't mind that.
I thought it was in person.
I think we have the option.
Oh,
I think that's what we talked about.
it's hybrid.
Mhm.
It's hybrid.
Mhm.
We don't need to vote on that, right? We can just say that we would like to start it at 9 a.m. on Tuesday?
So I think that our chair sets the agenda, so that would be what was posted. I'm not sure if the meeting has been posted already, since it is for Monday, I assume it is. And I do remember some discussion about putting 9 a.m. on, so it may already be there. I can just.
So I think we're referring to Tuesday.
Oh, Tuesday, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I think Monday's okay, but
Yeah,
if we
I think
can,
Monday's kinda locked in,
you know,
Tuesday.
have an extra hour on Tuesday.
So I'm requesting that Tuesday be posted for 9 a.m. if possible. Is that
Does that
good
work?
with everybody? Okay.
That works for the commissioners, it works for me.
It'll be a hybrid format, just to reiterate, all meetings Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday if needed, will be a hybrid format.
I'll just flag again that I'm flying, so that's why I won't.
That eliminates that option.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there will be 3 hypothetically speaking, but that was why I made myself
JetBlue,
available on
why
that
fly?
Friday.
So
Can we,
we're hybrid for all 3?
I plan on coming in person, but yeah, the option is hybrid.
and just for clarification, if we have to go on to September 20th, should we also put that at 9 a.m. as a start, if we have to get there as a start?
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay.
Okay, all right. So Andrew, does that make sense?
So
Okay.
9 a.m. So same goes for Wednesday, September 20th, 9 a.m. if we need that meeting date. We can
And then
post
we're
it.
we're also expecting that the public can come here as well on Monday, Tuesday.
Correct.
Okay.
Is
And obviously it's a public meeting, but
is the 20th all virtual? I think it is. Or no?
we don't know yet, just because we're not even, we can decide on
All right,
on Monday.
to be announced.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, before I make a motion or ask for a motion to adjourn, any other comments from my colleagues?
Commissioner Roy, thank you for managing today's meeting and job well done.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, so Commissioner Stebbins, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, do I have a second?
Second.
I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes yes, unanimous. Let the record show.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrew.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, everyone.